No, I'm fine. I'll just.
Two separate meetings, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, we do have to come at 5?
It's two separate meetings.
Okay, so then,
Long time no see.
okay. All right, welcome to the special meeting of the San Clemente City Council for August 15th, 2023. Yeah, we'll have our special meeting here starting at 4, and then our regular business meeting starting at 6. We will not be coming back at 5 o'clock, as it was originally noticed, because we've had this special meeting now for a 2-hour closed session starting now. I know we have some comments, but before we hear the comments, refer to the city clerk here to make some notices.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. We have several items on closed session this evening. Some of them are real property negotiations, so I'll go ahead and read out those locations in advance of public comments. First one is real property negotiations for APN 678-163-01. Property is a 1.1 acre undeveloped area west of Courtney Sandcastle Playground of Vista Hermosa Sports Park. City negotiators are City Manager Andy Hall, Director of Beaches, Parks and Recreation Samantha Wiley, and the negotiating parties are Salty Turf. Under negotiation are price and terms. The next item is APN 679-152-03. APN 678-163-01, and part of APN 678-163-01. Property is a 2.7 acre undeveloped area on the west side of Vista Hermosa Park, a 3.3 acre undeveloped lot on the southeast corner of Avenida Vista Hermosa and Camino Veracruz, and 2.3 acre undeveloped area at the southwest Avenida Vista Hermosa and La Pata. City negotiators are City Manager Hall, Community Development Director Gayoder Daly, and Economic Development Officer Jonathan Lightfoot. Negotiating parties are Orange County Fire Authority, and under negotiation are price and terms. And finally, real property negotiations, APN 690-012-01. The property is the parking lot located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California, 92672. City negotiator is City Manager Hall. Negotiating party is Cisco Corporation, and under negotiation are price and terms. And I do have some public comments.
All right, thank you, city clerk. Let's hear, I understand we have 3 public comments. Let's hear our public comments.
Closed session item B, City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern. That's Amanda Q.
Aloha.
All right.
Okay, so anyway, I wanted to speak about City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency. For someone who has fought so hard for years, was in front of different city council members a couple years back, or whenever it was, that we shouldn't be appealing this because the judge found that it was moot. And I urge city council members to stop because it wasn't benefiting anybody unless you had a mountain of evidence that, you should appeal it. However, in this situation, I don't know the circumstances of that, but hopefully you'll be wrapping up this negotiation. And, but However, I was concerned regarding the city of San Clemente versus Caltrans and the outcome there, and with the negotiation of a memorandum of understanding and a contribution agreement of $750,000 before even the EIR came out. And that was really terrible because if that EIR determines that they shouldn't even be building and this isn't proper, then you basically gave up all your ability to go back to it. So I hope that this is hopefully winding down, and just as a reminder to always listen to people that have fought for so hard for something, and we surely did. And when speaking with Michelle Schumacher, Laura Smith, and others, and former council member Kathy Ward, we really, that MOU and the contribution agreement really threw us for a loop, and definitely it's not something that we wanted. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is on closed session item D2, and that is Amanda Q.
I think I have a presentation. 3 parcels for sale or lease. Next slide, please. When I first saw this, I was really concerned because anybody wanting land, especially these 3 parcels of land, it just seems like a land grab by OCFA. It doesn't matter who it's from, right? It just appears that way, and that's really problematic. Next slide, please. This is APN 152-03, and why is our open spaces up for sale or lease? Here's the concern with that. This is our open spaces. It's protected by Measure V. It's in my understanding that when speaking with Cecilia Gallardo Daly, there may have been a change in that could be used only as a park, either only passive. But my concern is that if you have a lease with, or a sale with the county, then they could basically the county can take over that land for whatever reason, and then, bring in permanent supportive housing or whatever, what have you. But we shouldn't be giving up or opening up for sale of our open spaces. Next slide, please. We need to retain that property. Why would OCFA want property that's in our Vista Hermosa Sports Park too? That's a concern. Here is the 2 soccer fields there, and why would you even have one? On social media, there was a post by myself asking people if anybody knew anything about it, and they mentioned something about a helicopter with wildland fires that they would be using one of the parcels. Next slide, please, which was actually this one. However, if that is the case, then it should be closer to the fire station. However, there's a concern regarding flight restrictions and landing restrictions, and especially with traffic, pedestrians, walking, and e-bikes. So that is a big, huge concern there. And if that is the case, is CAL FIRE involved or not? So I'm glad I posted that, and I got a response from a San Clemente resident. So I think that, next slide, please. Why would the city sell any of our public land, even our open spaces? Once it becomes county land, we can't do anything about it. Is the city that desperate for money? If so, stop with the plans at Steed Park immediately at the expense of $10.9 million. So my concern, these are some questions that really the public needs to know. And I understand that Salty Turf came here to the city council members, but these
Thank you very
people
much.
did not.
And the last comment is on item D3, real property negotiations, and that is Amanda Q.
I should just stay up here, right? So when I saw this on the closed session discussion, next slide, please, I was really concerned. So who is Cisco? And I was talking to someone who fought the toll road with us. And of course, Cisco delivers exceptional produce, customs of meat, high-quality seafood, and imported foods, offering global flavors. And we've seen those trucks on the I-5 freeway and other freeways. So that's a big, huge concern. Next slide, please. Here again, here is fresh from the roots, and they go into the fresh food and fresh ideas and everything that they transfer. And so next slide, please. So why would the residents want semi-trucks in their neighborhood near and on and off ramp? And that's a big, huge concern. This kind of reminds me of the La Plata and Hermosa gas station, where they wanted to have a big, huge gas station to have all these semi-trucks come in and out. And what was really problematic was that during that time frame also, Greenlaw Partners wanted to bring in an Amazon warehouse in San Clemente, so that would create more traffic, and so more semis, more other trucks in that area, causing congestion and maybe triggering the TCA to do a traffic study. Next slide, please, where our IBI study showed that we didn't need a toll road. So adding more traffic in one area is really problematic, especially on an off-ramp, on-ramp. And so this is a picture of Old City Hall site, and on the left, where there is a truck there, on the upper left-hand corner, there's some unstable land. I met with the city manager and some of the city staff and someone from the San Clemente Historical Society, because we were trying to find out what we're going to do with that land as far as the roses that were there or preservation of that. And I was informed by the city manager that this land is off-market, because it's unstable. And it's unstable because it's already has been a little bit, there have been signs of a landslide. Sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking today. So I'm really concerned about this. I don't think that we should even entertain this, because you're going to create more problems. The first driveway and going up to the old City Hall, I mean, that angle is pretty hard for a truck to turn on. Then the second one, that's also a difficult one to turn as well, but a little bit easier. But that's where all the sand that is, all the dirt and sand from Casa
Thank you
Romantica
very
is
much.
stored. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
No additional comments from the public.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move into closed session? Adjourn to closed session, I should say.
Motion is Mayor Pro Tem, second is Cabral. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. All right, aloha, everybody. Welcome to the regular city council meeting for the city of San Clemente of August 15th, 2023. It is about 5 minutes after 6 o'clock, calling the meeting to order. We will start out with the invocation by Pastor John Randall of the Calvary South Orange County Church. And so please do stand and participate if you would like to.
Well, thank you so much, all of you, just real quickly, for your service, and honor to be here and to pray for all of you. Heavenly Father, I do thank you so much for the leaders that you have put in place in our city. We thank you for the work that they do. Lord, we do ask your blessing over this meeting. We pray that you would give them wisdom, understanding. Lord, that as they hear the various issues that come forth, that they would be able to make decisions, Lord, that would not only honor you, but benefit the citizens, Lord, that they serve. Again, we thank you for their leadership. We pray your blessing over this evening, and we ask all of these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please remain standing. Amelia Weinstein, would you come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance at the podium? Please place your right hand over your heart and follow Amelia when she's ready.
And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Taking the roll call, City Clerk, we'll notice that all 5 City Council members are present.
Okay. First item on the agenda is recognition of outgoing commission and committee members. Beginning with the Golf Course Committee, Dick Vale. I don't believe he is able to attend tonight. We have
That's all right, he's on another committee.
Exactly. Charlie Hightower also is unable to attend tonight, but in the audience, we have former Beaches, Parks and Recreation Commissioners Joreen Campo-Piano, Terry Rousseau, and Amelia May Weinstein, and Human Affairs Committee members Michelle Brooks and Aaron Washington.
All right, wonderful. Yes, let's do that. So have all of them come up now, you think? Okay. If you're here, please come up to the podium. Should we all go up there?
Sure, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
It's only a matter of time.
All right, hey Terry, how are you? Joreen, good to see you.
I was.
So Aaron's not here. Yeah, well, this is a little bittersweet. We have a great group up here, actually. I hope you all stay involved because, you know, all of you have really contributed to the city. Rick, what are you doing over there? Yeah, that's right, that's right. You never got an outgoing thing. Yeah, sorry. We don't pay the Public Safety Committee, so you then don't get recognized either. Yeah, no, I really can't say enough for all of you, for all of the good work you've done on our commissions there and committees, and also coming to meetings and you know, and participating and providing input otherwise. We need that kind of input in this city. We need people who are active in the community, who are engaged, who are always working with us to make our city beautiful and amazing, and keep it the very special place that it is, that is unique, I think, around the world. And so, you know, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule and away from your families to participate in these meetings. And sometimes, you know, take the criticism, you know, that you get from an active and engaged community here. And so I know, speaking on behalf of the city and the council, we just can't say enough to all of you for all of your great participation and incredible sacrifices that you've made for the city to make us and keep us such a wonderful place. So thank you so much. Would anybody else like to say something? Okay. Well, we'll make announcements here. We'll come on up and then we'll pose when everybody gets there. All right, Joreen, thank you so much for your work on Beaches, Park and Recreation and Coastal Advisory before that, and everything that you've done, especially for our coastal area, to make sure that we have sand and we continue to get to enjoy the beaches, and that our small businesses continue to have that place that generates all that economic activity for our city. So thank you. Yes. We're going to have everybody stand up at one time, you think, for the picture? Okay. All right, Terry Rousseau. And Terry, thank you so much for leading the Beaches Park and Rec Commission, and stepping out in front and providing that voice of reason and keeping those meetings going and everything. And I really hope you stay involved in those areas as well. Okay, great to hear. Thank you. All right, Amelia May Weinstein. Yes, here you go. Also Beaches Park and Rec, and thank you for lending your time and your energy and your contributions to, again, keeping our parks in particular and our beaches as well, these great places that our kids and our families can go and enjoy. So thank you. Michelle Brooks. Oh, nothing to say about you. Michelle has been so active in so many ways, and then volunteered to join our Human Affairs Committee to make those contributions and really help keep the look and feel of San Clemente. And thank you for participating, Michelle, and going to those meetings with a rowdy bunch over there, but an interesting and important committee, and you are an incredibly valuable part of that. So thank you so much. And Aaron is not here, although I thought he would. Okay. Well, Aaron is awesome too, and has been on various commissions and committees, most recently here at the Human Affairs Committee. So I'm sure Aaron will stay involved as well, and we thank him for his service. He should be here. I know he's always here. The one night he's getting recognized, he's not here. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, thank you again. Let's pose for a picture here with the council.
I have several.
Okay. Okay. The next item here is a presentation of commendations. If you know, we had two of our young folks, speaking of the young folks who've been served by our commissions and committees, who really made us proud in the recent U.S. Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach. And again, we are the Surf Town USA, but they have a surf village. Yeah, they claim some surfing as well up there, but was up there for the Challenger Series, and we really had a great showing leading into hosting the World Surf League Finals. So neither Sawyer or Crosby are here today, so we're going to postpone this one until our next meeting, when I think they both will be available, I hope. And so with that, I will turn it over to the city manager to make some other announcements about our agenda here.
Thank you, Mayor. We're seeking a motion from the council to remove and reschedule item 1B, which you just mentioned, to remove from consent items 6J and K, and strike those because we need to rebid those. We are going to be making some modifications to those projects. We would like to strike and rebid those items. We'd like to remove item 9D from the agenda for further study. And then, as the council is aware, you received two items under separate cover. Item 6G, there were minor modifications to a letter opposing SB 423. And there were some minor modifications under item 9E, which is a letter for the Fairview Center in Costa Mesa. So
And those modifications are available for the public to review in the back.
Can everybody hear the city attorney's microphone there? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, those minor modifications to those letters are available at the back if you'd like to see that. When we've been briefed on these announced changes ahead of time.
Do we need a motion to
I
close? from
I think we need a motion. Does anybody have any issues with the,
I actually didn't hear about it.
oh, you didn't?
No.
Okay.
Some of those just came up today. That's
Okay.
correct.
Yeah, so I didn't follow which ones we're moving.
I'm sorry, I'll do that real quick, once again. The item we just talked about, which was the presentation to the surfers, item 1B is
Yeah, I've
to
got
remove and
that.
reschedule. Remove consent items 6, J, and K. Those are construction bid items. We would like to modify those bids and rebid those items. I'd like to remove item 9D, which was a discussion about a cul-de-sac on Palizada for further study. And then there were two items that had separate cover. There were some minor modifications to a letter that is opposing SB 423. And then there were some minor modifications to a letter regarding the use of the Fairview Center in Costa Mesa for temporary housing and supportive services for unsheltered people in the community, or in the county.
That's 9E, was there?
That is correct.
Does anyone have a motion, I guess, related to that?
Unless there are any other comments, I'll make a motion that we take items 6J and 6K and 1B off the agenda until the city manager has the proper analysis to put those back on the agenda.
And then was it 9D as well?
9D and E.
9D and E.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's 9, it is 9D, removing that for further study.
And 9E is in Edward?
No, that was just modification.
Just a modification.
That's just a
Yeah,
modification.
I include item 9B as in boy on my motion.
So let's just make it simple. We're continuing which item, city manager?
We are not continuing any items. We are requesting that we remove and reschedule 1B.
Okay.
That's the surfers. Remove from consent J and K. Those were two construction projects that we want to rebid because we want to change those bids. Item D, on 9D, was a discussion about a potential roundabout on Palizada. We would like further study on that item before we present that to the council. And then the last two are just minor modifications to some letters, some clerical corrections on those letters. So there's three items that we would suggest, that we are requesting to remove. 1B, items from consent, J and K, and then item 9D.
Just remove from the agenda for
Correct.
tonight. Okay.
Correct.
That's my motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
That motion is Noblock, second is Leffler. Is there any objection? Hearing none, by affirmation, it's passed.
Okay, if we're ready,
oh,
we'd like
okay,
to
we'll
move
hear
on to
one-
item
1C.
1C, World Surf League at Trestles. This is an update by Economic Development Officer Lightfoot concerning the World Surf League event at Trestles.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, or should I say aloha, or surfs up. We are going to be hosting, again, the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Trestles, and that's going to be coming early September 8th through 16th. So this is a graphic including the champion from last year, here again, just south of San Clemente at Trestles. So I have just some...
And San Clemente native,
San Clemente native.
Felipe Toledo.
So we have some high-level information just so that the community is aware of what's coming, and there's some things that are still in the works. We're looking to collaborate with the WSL team to bring opportunities for our local residents to engage in different ways in this time frame. So if we could go to the next slide, Miley. So just high level, what is the WSL? For those who don't know, the WSL is the World Surf League. It was established in 1976. If you think of like the NBA for basketball, that's what the WSL is for surfing. So it's the global home of surfing and is dedicated to changing the world through the inspiration power of surfing. I won't read the rest, but they host a number of events domestically and internationally. As Mayor Duncan was just mentioning, we'll be having celebrating a couple champions and runner-ups from one of their divisions at the U.S. Open of Surf, who are also San Clemente residents. So looking forward to that. If we go to the next slide, Miley. So the WSL Finals is the culmination of their annual series of events. The surfers are scored through a series of events, and the top 5 over that full course are invited to participate in the WSL Finals. So top 5 women and top 5 men are invited if they qualify. So at this point, the top 3 men that you see there, including, yes, again, some San Clemente residents, Griffin Colapinto, one of those. And then the top 4 in the women's list have clinched their qualifying. There's a couple more events in between now and the finals. If we go to the next slide. So there's some things that we can expect in and around the city for this. WSL themselves will be doing a launch activity at the pier on Wednesday, September 6th, so right after Labor Day. And that's going to involve an event before their launch that's called the Rising Tide. So same morning, September 6th, where they have an event geared towards women in surfing. So they'll be reaching out to our local community and some of our girl and lady surfers that want to participate in that. They'll also be operating shuttles from the south side of San Clemente to the WSL competition. And we're going to be integrating our trolley on that day of event to that location as well, just to have an easy transfer point so people can easily get to that location, because it's not a location that is easily accessed by car. And then on the business side of things, the WSL folks will be having a street team that's interacting with our local businesses, providing posters and other types of engagement material. The event sponsor is one of our locally based businesses. Obviously, Rip Curl is a big business, but they not long ago relocated from Costa Mesa and San Clemente as their home. And we are in conversations with our Downtown Business Association, especially about how we can look at some activations in that downtown area. If we go to the next slide. So the schedule is, I realize, small, but just to give a high-level overview, in August you'll start seeing here in the next couple weeks some identifying information going up. So some banners, the banner over El Camino Real, some street pole banners that will reference the WSL. I already mentioned the street teams will be interacting with some of our local businesses. On Labor Day, staff is having conversations with our Downtown Business Association about identifying that particular day, so details to come on what that will look like downtown. But one of the things that we're hoping to integrate is a larger screen that we can watch or have our residents watch the finals from downtown if they're not able to go out to the beach, and some other things built around that. Wednesday, after Labor Day, again, is the day that they'll be doing their press conference and the Walk of Champions. So you'll see some flags that go up on the pier that represent all of the past champions of WSL. And the Rising Tides event will also occur on that day. And then finally, the event itself is September 8th through 16th. It's a single day event, but you'll have to follow the WSL site or their social media to get the exact information of when that comes, because it's contingent on the tides and when the optimal surf comes in that window. And I'll add, there's one activity that didn't make it onto this slide, but on September 9th, there's also a privately run business activity that's in our permitting process right now in the Los Molinos district. So Rhythm and Resin on September 9th, that's a Saturday. It's free to the public, and you'll be seeing some information about that, especially once they have that permit in hand from the city. But that's going to be an activity that is co-sponsored by Rip Curl and the WSL to support our Los Molinos area. So if we go to the next slide. I mentioned previously that the trolley would have a connector, so you can always find out where our trolleys are at sctrolley.com. It actively shows where the blue line, red line, and green line are on the map, so you can see when they're coming to you. We'll be adding a dot down there at the bottom, so we'll have one additional connector the day of the event. And a frame of reference for community members would be Carl's Jr. People kind of know where that is locationally. That's going to be where that trade-off is. And then there'll be WSL shuttles that take people into the state park from there. And I think that wraps up my high-level overview of the welcome of the WSL. And I think actually one final slide just references some of these organizations where you'll have additional information. So worldsurfleague.com for specific details and videos about the finals. And I also reached out to the San Clemente Times. They published last year a preview of the finals. They'll be doing that again. That'll be coming out on the 31st, so the last day of this month. And then if you're interested in opportunities for local engagement, please reach out to me or to our Downtown Business Association. We'll find ways to get you plugged in or make sure that you have the opportunity to connect in the way that you're interested. And that wraps it up for today. So I just wanted to say thank you for your time and congratulations to Griffin on the upcoming top 5 and also for our surfers who just competed so well in the U.S. Open. So thank you, Council.
Do we have any questions for Jonathan?
Just a quick question. The Los Molinos activity, that's going to be anticipating that they get a permit. That's going to be like kind of a closure of the street and some bands and, kind of a street party kind of thing?
Yeah, the application is for a series of bans, and yes, it would entail a closure. That's actually an area that's fairly easy to close, an industrial park on the weekend, so they'll be looking at the specific details as part of that permit, but I believe it starts at 10 a.m., so the event or activity is mostly a daytime occurrence, and yes, there'll be street closures at play as part of that.
Thank you.
Sorry, follow-up question on this. Is there going to be transportation to that area?
So I will be able to provide additional information once we have the specifics of the permit handled. But we do have a trolley stop that does stop right at North El Camino Real and Los Molinos. So you'd be able to ride that whether you park at North Beach or the outlets or by the pier and get off at that stop and have a very short walk into that festival.
Any other questions? Okay, one quick comment. Jake Howard, the writer for the San Clemente Times that does the surf reports, wrote a kind of an in-depth piece a few weeks ago, and frankly, he kind of called us out for not doing enough to support the WSL. I don't know if anybody read that. Yeah. Let's make sure he has all this information so that when he writes this preview, he can talk about all the great things that San Clemente has done to support the Super Bowl of surfing. That's right here in our community and in a surf community where we are so supportive of surfers. And actually, many of the championship surfers are now residents of San Clemente, and actually many former champions are residents. So I just don't want to miss that opportunity here because it kind of made us look like we were asleep at the switch when nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, we've devoted a lot of time and resources. As you know, Jonathan, you've done great work on this. So let's just make sure that he has all those information if he doesn't reach out himself.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you, Council.
Mayor, I do have one comment on this item.
Okay.
Mike Kay?
Council, I'll keep it short. I reside very close to Trestles. I live in the Shores. In the past, we've had events in our area, and coming in and out of the Shores has been problematic. We've had surfing events, we've had triathlons, we've had bicycling events, et cetera. So I just want to bring to everyone's attention the need for a coherent and inclusive traffic control plan for the area around Trestles. It's nice to see we have a shuttle, but most people will, I don't know the numbers, but a lot of people will be using the parking areas around Carl's Jr., et cetera, we know, as they do on any busy, whenever there's a swell, any day of the week. So that's my first concern. Hey, remember the residents. We get locked in right there in the Shores. We want to go up on the freeway to get on our business, and we run into that. And in the past, it's been a blanket shutdown, and that's not too cool. Number two. You, Mayor, mentioned that in the past we've been called out for not supporting surfing, and I would focus in on Trestles. I drove that area on my way over here today. There are two homeless people experiencing not having a house right now, living in tents right there, and it's right where the RVs had been smashed and burned and then sat with their toxic dust for weeks and weeks, actually a couple months. The area is dirty. The area needs a little scruffing and cleaning up. Curbs need to be painted. Obviously, the city, somebody's been through and cleaned it up recently, but it's still a little nasty. Wouldn't take much to buff it out, and this is probably a good opportunity. And it'd be nice going forward if we gave a little more attention to that side of town. There are some other homeless areas there. There is some delinquency that goes on in the Carl Jr. parking lot. There's some beer bottles and the like thrown about, et cetera, et cetera. Trestles is a great resource for us. It is an economic resource for us all year round, but I do think we tend to forget about it, being in the south limits of the city. But some of that area, that obviously Trestles is not inner city, but parking lot adjacent areas are. And finally, real quick, at some point, we need to come up with some crosswalks or some kind of rational way to get from those parking areas over to the entrance to Trestles. There are 2 that are there right now on each side of the freeway, and I see it every single day. I see kids on e-bikes screaming through, cutting in front of cars. I've had several close calls. At some point, a master plan that looked at that as a safety feature, in my opinion, would be a good idea. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Please speak with the city manager, sir, about some of those issues with the homeless and things. There's some aspects to that the city manager can provide some more details on. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we go to oral communications, I was just going to request that at the end of our meeting that we adjourn in recognition of the Kama'aina of Maui who've suffered such great loss. So when it comes to the end, maybe we could do that.
That's a great idea. Go ahead.
Yeah. Since this is on the agenda, can we talk to this issue?
The surf?
Yeah, the surfing and the surf area, the walkways, all that area. I just don't want to speak out of turn.
It's been
City
agendized.
attorney?
You can have discussion, you just can't have an action
Yeah,
on it.
no
because-
action. I just think it'd be, I mean, to the issue that you say, talking to the city manager, we've been working on this for several weeks, that particular area, in light of what's going to happen in a couple of weeks. Maybe we can get an updated report from the city manager, some of that activity that's gone on to clean up this area, anticipation of the surfing event. And we're fully aware, and we've been focused on it. You might have seen a little bit of change in that area over the past few weeks, but we've heard the community there, and we've taken action, and we'll continue to take action. But maybe an update on that part of the surf event would be appropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the challenges, and I think a lot of people in the community are aware of it, is that there's multiple jurisdictions in that very small area. You have everything from the city of San Clemente to the county of San Diego. You have Caltrans, you have state parks. And so, and there's these little slivers of land where everybody has jurisdiction. We've been able to communicate fairly well with the San Diego Sheriff's Department. They have brought people up. They also have brought up some homeless advocates. We actually went out there and met with a few of them one day. Our sheriffs have been very active down there, and they've actually, they go across the city boundaries to try to make sure that everybody's keeping safe. They'll go all the way to the intersection and make sure that that's happening. I also wanted to let you know that I had a chance to talk with the governor's office about this issue and make sure that they are aware, because we do need some support from Caltrans and from state parks. When we are going to have this many people in that area, every parking stall is going to be important. Safe walking is going to be important. And so we let them know that, and they have asked me to send them a very detailed map of the area and some of the jurisdictional boundaries so that the state can be much more aggressive in helping us in that area. So, yeah, it has been a challenge because of the jurisdictional issues, but we have heard, and we have tried to take as much positive steps as we can to try to improve that situation. So, yeah, thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the feedback I wanted to give. And to say further, we're not done. We are doing a lot more over the next few weeks, getting ready for this event. So we'll continue in that vein.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we don't need a motion on that item. That was advisory, so city clerk.
Next up is oral communications, and I have a few speaker cards. First is Fred Smoller, followed by David Erickson, followed by George Gregory.
How many cards do we have, city clerk?
Just 3 so far.
Oh, just 3, okay.
Yes.
And just a reminder, you have 3 minutes, sir, from when that light goes on. When it's red, you're going to have to stop talking no matter what. And to remind you, this is the time for us to listen, right, and take it all in. So we're not generally going to respond or answer questions and those kind of things. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My name's Fred Smoller, a professor of political science at Chapman University, which is in Orange. I am so happy to hear that you're going to recess today in recognition of the tragedy that's taking place in Hawaii. My perspective is climate change is real. The evidence is all over. July was the hottest month ever recorded. The waters off of Florida are about 100 degrees. I have created an event for which I've received a $5 million grant from the state of California. It's called the Orange County Sustainability Decathlon, and it will take place from October 5th through the 15th at the Orange County Fair and Event Center. At the core of the event are 15 homes that are being built throughout the state of California, China, and several other states, which exemplify clean energy and efficiency and a number of other sustainable goals. A big part of what we're doing is bringing K through 12 students to the event. And I've spent this summer speaking to every single city council and every single school district to let them know about this, because the energy at the collegiate level is strong, but surpassed even at the K through 12 level. So the state, if I may say, believes that education is a key to addressing climate change. And this is a long-term problem. We are the only one of 58 counties to get this grant, and I hope to have this here every 2 years. So I'm here to ask for your support. I've gone to all the cities. We would love San Clemente to be on our website. We would love San Clemente to help us promote our event with its residents and its newsletters. But most importantly, and this is the tough part, we will have the Child Creativity Lab, we will have the Pacific Symphony, we will have the Wyland exhibit, and a number of other environmental things. And Costa Mesa and other cities have sponsored each of these exhibits. And I would love for you to consider at least the possibility that San Clemente could also sponsor one of these. It's around $22,000. It's not peanuts, but it's an investment, and it shows the state and the world, quite frankly, that San Clemente is very committed to dealing with climate change. So thank you very much for considering that. I'm leaving, but I put my card and the paper on in front of you.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. Please see the city manager, too, so you can get his contact information and send information directly to him so that he can disseminate it to us. We can discuss it later.
I don't have them with me, but I'm going to write this down and give it to you. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next up is David Erickson.
David Erickson. Oh, there he is. Come on up, David.
Well, this is going to be as magnanimous as that, but this is just basically about parking where I live. There's a sidewalk that runs across where the driveways are, and what they're trying to say is that you can't park there anymore. I've been parking there for 7.5 years. That's my work van parks there, and kind of like to keep an eye on it because that's how I make my living. And there's been multiple times where I've been getting citations without any kind of warning, and then that goes away, and then it comes back again, and you just never know what's going on. I've heard that after the 15th, after this meeting, I heard this was supposed to be on the agenda, but I didn't see anything about it in the blue pages over there. But that's about the only issue, except for one other thing. That intersection at Santa Barbara and Rosa, there's hundreds of close calls every year where people are about to run each other, and we just had one, a full-on accident just a couple weeks ago. And it was just a suggestion that maybe put a, four-way stop there instead of a two-way stop. And it would cause a lot of, not so many squealing tires and horns and all that stuff like that. That's about it.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
When you got tickets, what was the violation?
Parking in my driveway.
Parking in your driveway?
In my driveway. Because it goes across the sidewalk, which is kind of like sloped.
Okay.
And I'm out in the street just a little bit, but there's still room to go around the back side. Now, just past my place, there's 2 more apartment buildings, and then there's another apartment building, and the staircase goes down, there's that much sidewalk left. On the opposite side of the street, I don't think a wheelchair can even get through there because of the phone box or something like that, a communications box of some sort, and a telephone pole. I've got pictures if you want to see them.
So I know I've become aware of this situation. So it is something that the city's going to look at, and we can get briefings from the city manager and an update that from our sheriff's department as well as to sort of what was going on in that area. But thank you, sir, for coming in, talking about it.
Thank you.
George Gregory, followed by Mike Kay, followed by Amanda Q.
George Gregory, North Beach, criminal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still being fined in the multifamily areas for street sweeping when the rest of the community is not. This is predatory, persecution for profit, a disgusting way to conduct business. If my vehicle's in the way of a street sweeper, what's the difference between your vehicle in the way of a street sweeper? It's an expensive ticket, and it's just not fair to the rest of us. It's just like so many other special interests in town, like undergrounding industrial areas instead of our residential areas so we have a safer walk to school. The historical societies need over remodeling a park instead of a safe walk to school. The reason I like safe walk to schools, Mr. M. Meyer, is because I take many of the same routes to the local store. So the thing is I'd like to see us be a little more fair. One other comment is I'd be bidding on these jobs that you're putting aside, Mr. Hall, but I have to pay the DIR just to bid on these jobs, and that's gambling, okay? I'll be happy to put a check in escrow or even cash, but I would love to bid on some of these jobs because they're pretty profitable. But the thing is I'm not a gambler. Everybody thinks a contractor's a gambler. Well, you make some money on some and you don't make some money on not. Well, the ones you don't make money on, you're homeless. So, because it's tight competition out there. So, if I could put the escrow in, if I could put the DIR funds into escrow, I'd be happy to. Not to mention, I've tried to call those chuckleheads a couple times, and there's like nobody home. I have nothing against apprentice programs and things like that. But the thing is that the storm of paperwork they create makes me have to hire somebody who really doesn't bring any product or profit to us or our well-being. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, George.
Thanks, George.
Mike Kay, followed by Amanda Q.
Council, you mentioned the horrible situation we'd seen in Hawaii, and I had debated earlier today whether I wanted to bring this up or not. I was not going to, but it does seem pertinent, it is relevant, and I want to talk about the horrible situation that went on in Hawaii, and I want to tie it into the horrible situation that I lived through October 8th, 2017, when my house was destroyed by then the largest firestorm in the history of California, where 5,000 buildings were burned in one night. About 50 people lost their lives, including my neighbor. On that fateful night, I was a firefighter who was not deployed. Emergency services did not call me out. A year later, in Paradise, California, 11,000 structures were burned, and even more people lost their life. There was no calling out of the citizenry. It happened early in the morning for that fire, late at night, about 10 p.m. for mine. I watched in horror today, and my PTSD got a little triggered, so sorry if I'm a little jittery on this subject. But as we know, dozens and dozens, probably 100 to 200 people lost their lives. The YouTube videos I saw today, CNN reports, said it was exactly the same thing. That fire had been put out. Smoldering embers were reignited by 80-mile-an-hour winds. They carried it over. There was no alarm that went off. There were brand-new sirens that had been installed in Lahaina right there for tsunamis and storms, but they were not used. Today, at 1:43 in the afternoon, I got a Nixle alarm from Napa County. I have property up in Sonoma, Napa, and they were testing their systems. Pretty obvious why. I worry that we have a tsunami zone, that we have nuclear material here, that we have potential for wind-driven fires. We saw it in Laguna Beach a little over a year ago. We've had it in the past here. We know the footprint. We've had 3 fires in the exact same footprint off Christianitos. We know where it's going to go. And we have no adequate means of notifying our citizenry. So outside of our insurance issues we're going to have as homeowners, outside our need for fire breaks and protecting our structures, our most important need is immediate and effective means of notifying our citizenry in order to prevent massive loss of life, as we saw in Northern California, as I saw with my own eyes. So I'm asking that we do what Laguna Beach did. We put in sirens. I grew up in Palos Verdes. Tuesday at 10 o'clock, every week, you heard the sirens. Some of you guys nodding your head, you remember. Tuesday, oh, it's Tuesday 10. Oh, nothing to worry about. They're testing it. Those were put in for World War II, air raids, right? But they were kept later on for a variety of reasons. Nixle reports cell phone signals get lost, so cell phone notification. These things don't really work for emergency contact, and we need a system.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Sorry, your time is up, but really appreciate your comments there.
Amanda Q.
I have a presentation really quick here.
City Manager, would you like the shades down? Oh, sorry, can we restart the clock? Yeah, you're struggling over
You
there.
need some sunglasses.
We
right?
have,
Mr. City Manager, those aren't sunglasses. That's,
yeah, that's magnifying the light.
that's making it worse.
Can we do it from over there?
I think so. I noticed they had a mind of their own today. Let's see.
That is
No, not the lights, the shades, I think, right?
Shades.
Is it the?
The sun will go down.
It's uncomfortable to sit with this.
Those are going up there in the back.
Oh, maybe it's only those. Sorry.
Weird. They're just super funky. Yeah.
What tells them to go up and down? They go up and down through the whole meeting.
I think they're not even like equal increments either.
Oh, the lighting.
I have a remote.
They're going to be down right now, but they're going to go right back up. I don't know what it is, so I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. That does make a difference. Okay, next slide, please. So I saw this post. Why was this flyer posted on the city's Facebook page? Should prostitution be legalized? Next slide, please. According to Mayor Duncan's response to a person, he stated that this was an unfortunate situation in which misleading language was used for this event by I-5 Freedom Network. While the city supports I-5, no one, including I-5, supports legalizing prostitution. I-5 Freedom Network intended to spark a conversation about what we all agree is bad law coming out of Sacramento in this direction. It's used a provocative title. The title has been changed, and I agree it is misleading language, and it did spark a conversation. However, it was a conversation against I-5 Freedom Network. Next slide, please. Another city council member's email response was the previous poster's wording was supposed to be rhetorical, but the message was not clear. It was an unfortunate miscalculation, certainly was not intended to mislead, and it was poorly done, and it was rhetorical, but there was some intent to incite and to provoke. Next slide, please. It's my understanding there was a resolution to support the I-5 Freedom Network, to embrace and promote, but there's no definition of what promote is. It could be assist, help, foster, nurture, and recommend. So the city manager had put it up, or I guess if my understanding, he took it down, so it was upon his direction. So next slide, please. And so they revised their flyer, and they don't mention what legislation. However, there is legislation that was passed by Senator Weiner proposed, 357, which already passed. And basically, next slide, please, the bill would repeal those provisions related to loitering with the intent to commit prostitution. It would make other conforming changes. This bill would also authorize a person convicted of a violation of loitering with the intent to commit prostitution to petition the court for the dismissal and sealing of their case and resentencing if applicable. So there's a concern with that. Next slide, please. So according to a vote for Chris Duncan's webpage for State Assembly, some of the senators and assembly members who voted for SB 357 also endorsed him, like Bauer Cahan, Gibson, and McCarty. Next slide, please. Oh, and Assemblywoman Lori Davies voted no. And on this one, according to his webpage, again, the people the representatives the senators that endorsed Chris Duncan for Assembly were Becker, Min, and Newman, who voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
That was it for oral communications.
All right.
Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, all in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Hearing none?
I'd like to pull 6D, just to record a vote. Or can I vote?
Wait, we're not on consent
Oh, I
yet.
thought we were
Yeah,
on
no,
consent.
sorry, we're just on consideration of items requiring immediate
Oh,
attention.
I
I don't think we
apologize.
have any, so hearing none, we can move on.
Okay, closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The council met in closed session under item A1. There's no reportable action. Council met in closed session under item, I'm sorry, this is the closed session, there's no number, it's just letters. A2, and there was no reportable action. The council did not meet in closed session under the first case under item B under closed session, the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency. The council did meet in closed session under B, the Emergency Shelter Coalition matter. Direction was given. There's no reportable action. The council met in closed session under item C, and the reportable action is that the city will be joining the amicus brief that's being filed in that case. Council met in closed session under D1. There was no reportable action. Council met in closed session under D2. There's no reportable action. And council met in closed session under D3, and there's no reportable action. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent. I do have 3 items that have been pulled by the public. Item 6H is in Henry.
I'm sorry, could you speak up?
Sure, 6H is in Henry.
A as in apple?
H is in Henry.
H, thank you.
N as in Nancy. And O is in Oscar.
Thank you.
And then I understood Mayor Pro Tem Noblock pulled item D, correct?
Correct.
D as in David, okay.
Yes.
Do any other council members want to pull any other items off consent? Right now, we have D, H, K.
Has P been pulled?
No, not yet.
I'll pull that.
Which one?
P.
P is in Paul.
Okay. All right, would council members like to pull any other items? Seeing none, City Clerk, could you remind us again of all the items pulled?
Yes. 6D, D as in David. got 6H is in Henry. Item 6J was removed earlier, 6K was removed earlier from the agenda. Item 6N is in Nancy was pulled, O is in Oscar was pulled, and P is in Peter was pulled.
Okay, would anybody like to move the balance?
So moved. Second?
Motion is Leffler, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, so the balance is moved.
6D is in David.
On 60, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to record a no vote. I didn't have any questions or discussion. I just wanted to make sure that the vote, whatever it is, that I would record a no vote.
I thought, was 6D not one that we were looking to remove? Okay, that one was going to stay on, okay.
This is the
So if
second
there's a
reading of
motion-
the
Okay.
ordinance.
Consistent, that same vote he made on the first reading. It's
Okay,
consistent.
so would anybody like to move 6D?
I'll move it.
Okay. Cabral, second?
I'll second.
Second is Enmeyer. Councilmember Enmeyer?
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Leffler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember
Yes,
Cabral?
yes.
And I'm an aye. Passes 4-1.
Item 6H was pulled by George Gregory. 6H is consideration to approve an increase to the contingency for the storm drain improvements at 1601 Cali Las Bolas.
George Gregory, North Beach, criminal. I live there at North Beach at 139 Avenida Florencia. I have a huge catch basin, way oversized in front of my property. It stinks to high heaven. It seems to have a thermal vortex that actually pushes the odors around our neighborhood. Most catch basins that were built up against any type of hill or any type of retaining structure were only done half the width of the sidewalk. This one is actually the full width of the sidewalk plus. It must be at least 10 feet deep and 30 feet long. And of course, the bigger the catch basin, the bigger the odor. So the thing is I've been trying to build a retaining wall so I can have a flat and useful piece of ground on my property for barbecuing, parking bikes, etc. And the city engineer keeps telling me that he's worried I'm going to surcharge his giant concrete pillbox that is a catch basin. If you look around the neighborhood and if you look at the dates and stuff when these things were built, you can see how the practice was to build the catch basins only half the width of the sidewalk. And obviously, why is it 30 feet long? I don't know. It's crazy. So I need to build this retaining wall. I need some of the city engineer's help. I did come up with one solution once upon a time. Why don't I build a 5-foot retaining wall 3 feet back and a 3-foot garden wall in front of that? And that could be my planter, my flower bed or whatever. So anyways, I'm having a tough time with this civil structure, and I need some help and consideration. I'd also like to point out that these guys who did the recent storm drain stuff had quite a challenge. They had to fight some groundwater and stuff that was tremendous. I have a little background at this stuff, and I went and observed what they were fighting, and the poor guys were really up against it. But I've been up against it for a decade and a half now. I need some kind of solution. You know, we could drill a couple caissons or something. Maybe the city can help me. I'll build the cages, you drill the caissons. I don't know. But I need to retain my front yard and my building so I have a flat and useful front yard. It's so steep, my front yard, that it's actually hard to mow. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is that the only comment?
It's the only comment on 6H.
Is there any, do we have any staff presentation or anything on that, city manager? No, no one's available, okay.
We do have staff present if you have questions, but we did not have a presentation since it was a consent item.
Does anyone have any questions of staff regarding 6H?
If we have someone that could just.
Could explain what,
Explain.
exactly what's going on there.
At Mr. Gregory's property?
Well, with the storm, with the catch basin he's talking about.
That was, that specific one?
That was not on the agenda, so we can't discuss it, but
Oh, we-
I will get with Mr. Gregory and discuss
Okay.
it with him specifically.
Okay.
Is that,
I thought my mic was on.
is that right?
I will get with Mr. Gregory and talk about his specific problem. Since it's not on the agenda, we can't take action on that particular item or talk
Okay.
about it.
But
So,
we do
but I will
have-
get with him, for sure.
Oh, okay, I thought they were one and the same, but they're not. All right.
Okay, is there any questions about the item, the storm drain improvements at 1601 Calle Las Bolas that are on this? Okay.
If there aren't, then I'll move the motion to approve item H.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? It's unanimous.
Next item is consideration of ratifying a second emergency contract for the emergency slope stabilization repairs at Casa Romantica, and this was pulled by Mike Kay.
Mike, welcome back. You're active tonight.
I got 5 of them today. I got to drink less coffee, or drink it earlier. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize on my PTSD on that last issue, but it gets to me, and I feel strong. I'll talk a little quieter and calmer here. I would like to ask council to not go forward with the ratification of a second emergency contract for the emergency slope stabilization repairs at Casa Romantica, not to exceed $7.760 and $800. $7.7 million plus dollars is a lot. That's a lot of money. That gets me my sirens and a lot of other stuff. My biggest problem is that this is ongoing, that there's no end in sight, that there can be change orders. They can start grading and they can find it pumping water underneath, which is common. Then they'll need a big French drain system, and that'll go on and on and on. I'm worried. I live at the shores, and we've now, I don't know, close to 2 years into that emergency project over there, which I was walking around today. Nowhere near completion, nobody out there really pushing it. I don't see the impetus for an efficient use of money, and I don't feel like there's enough oversight on these types of projects. I'm also troubled that local contractors are not better represented in our contracts overall, several of which I wanted to talk about, but they were pulled. But certainly in an emergency situation, it seems, although council's been great at bringing up the need for local contractors, I don't see it being put into practice at the level and the emphasis that I'd like to see. It's worth noting that local contractors, local businesses, economists say that those dollars spent locally cycle through 7 times. I mean, it's a big 7 million times 7 as they go to Sonny's and get pizza, and as they go and get some insurance, and as they buy some gas. So companies coming in from Oceanside, companies coming in from Long Beach, lack of oversight, ongoing poor history of what we have outside the shores, and a scary number here with no guarantee that we don't have additional costs in the future, troubles me. I'd like to see us get a bit more control on things, be a bit more conscientious, conscious about it, aware and smart about it, and spend our dollars local. Thanks.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Well, I just want to comment briefly. It concerns me as well that we have no local representation in this contract. When this came in front of us last month, there was some discussion that some of the work would be done locally, but I'm not convinced that it is happening, number one. Number two, this is a huge contract, almost $8 million, not counting the potential cost overruns. And my concern is that an amount that large should be competitively bid, including potential local representation. And this was done because of the emergency nature of the problem. The original landslide's over 2 months old. The land appears to be fairly stable for the time being, no guarantee. But I think if we were to go forward, I'm convinced that if we had competitive bidding, this contract could potentially be bid for potentially millions less than it's being bid on an emergency basis. And if that were the case, and I suspect it is, but I could be wrong, that any potential damage that could occur as a result of, if let's say in the what, 4 to 6, 7 weeks, I'm not sure how long it would take if this were to go to bid, but that reduced fee would potentially cover the cost. So I know we've discussed this quite a bit at our last meeting, but those concerns continue. So in light of the 2-month, I would just ask if there's any support among my colleagues to have this be bid at this time. I just want to raise the issue for discussion.
I can't refute anything you say. But if we remember, the discussion was, and there was some discussion over people who actually can do this job, and we had quite a few people who were involved in this, including not people from that construction company, but other people who had experience in this say that there just really aren't that many people that could take on this kind of project. The second thing, and now it's been kind of verified, I think in the last few days, the National Weather Service is saying it's almost a certainty we're going to be into an El Nino again. Of course, it's the weather, who knows? But the time crunch was we had to get something done, started sooner than later, or we could suffer. So, and again, it's, again, I can't refute what you say. It would have been great if we knew we had time and we could have bid it out. And you're right, we could have saved money. The other side of it, if it turns out that we do get the rains and all of a sudden some of the slope goes and we're lucky that we had this started and saves it. So we won't know. But I share your concerns also. I think we all, when we look at that number and the pressing, timeframe we're under, it's concerning to all of us, for sure.
I'll just add one more comment, and that would be the extent of my comments. In talking to contractors about, I think at our last meeting, the comment was made that this particular company had the ability to immediately deploy the resources, the equipment necessary. In talking to various contractors, everyone has that ability. The large-scale equipment that we're talking about is generally not owned by any company, but is immediately leased, and that any company that's hired could have the same capability to put the resources on the site. So just an observation, something I learned since the last meeting that I'll share, and I appreciate your comments, but those are my thoughts.
Yeah, no, I share the same concerns that you have about you using local contractors, and I thought there was, our staff mentioned that a good portion of this was going to be subcontract out, but it's not, which is of concern. The second thing is of concern to me right now is that, and I want to address that, is that this is actually, as I understand it, we approved the contract already. This is just the written,
This is the final contract.
the final contract.
Formal version of it, right.
That gives me a little bit more trouble than it normally would, only because technically we already approved in concept that contract with this company. I am concerned, though, about what you're saying now, that they haven't subcontracted. I thought one of the engineers, for sure, at least a neighbor of mine told me that one of the engineers was a local.
The oversight, geological,
yeah.
is local, right?
Yeah. And I don't know, I guess I would just suggest that we've got to keep on top of staff to make sure that they are using, because I know there's portions of this contract that can be cut up, work that can be done that can go out to some of the local contracts. And I think that's the message that we sent to staff, and I would hope they would follow our advice. But we may be too far along in this particular contract, though I agree with you in concept that we've got to be mindful of where this money is going.
Well, the speaker spoke, and he used the exact right word, oversight. And we need to still have oversight over this project. We're just barely into it, and I think we do have the ability.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason to believe we won't. I think we already, I think you made this point, Rick, we already had a very thorough discussion about this. This is an emergency item. We're just ratifying what we already did. We spend a lot of time relitigating things that we already decided. I don't know why we do that, but it costs us hours every meeting, and I don't think it's that interesting to the public. So I hope we don't keep doing that, but I know we have Public Works Director Koger here. Could you address the issue of subcontracting at least? And I know we have a great company here. There was round support for them before, and that they had the resources, not just in equipment, but manpower to be able to immediately respond. Can you talk about subcontracting efforts and your oversight of those operations?
Yes, sir. Mayor, council members, Kyle Koger, Public Works Director and City Engineer. So there's actually 2 contracts that are on the agenda tonight. The other one was for LGC and Toll Engineering for $800,000. Those are 2 San Clemente engineering firms. They've been here a long time. So that's $800,000 separate from what we're talking about now, that San Clemente firms are doing all the work. The contractor that we're talking about here for the $7.7 million, they're from Escondido, and we determined, early on that we felt like they would be the best for this design build emergency work. A lot of this project is going to be moving dirt, and there's a couple of dirt contractors in San Clemente that they're going to talk to see if they can get some help with trucking costs and all, and it'll be substantial. It won't be half the project, but it might be a couple $1 million. So, they're still a little early in the process. We have some work we have to do before we really start moving some dirt, but they're talking to these contractors to see if they can give them a piece of the pie.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Could I, while you're here, ask, the issue of oversight was brought up. What mechanisms do we have for that?
So as a project manager for the project, me and my staff will be reviewing, monthly or weekly invoices that come in to verify the equipment, the people that were on site, they're doing this work, the quantities. We also have the companies that I talked about a minute ago, LGC and Toll Engineering. We'll have an inspector on site. They'll be on site every day doing materials testing, construction oversight. They can verify these things as well as we can. So we're going to keep a close rein. This is a time and materials contract, and I share a lot of the concerns that were raised earlier, that we don't want this to get out of hand, and we want to make sure that we're getting what we're paid for.
Yes.
Yeah, just a question about Casa Romantica itself. I know there's an urgency to this, but has there been any movement in the earth? What's the current status of?
They're still reading the inclinometers daily, and we're still good. It hasn't moved.
All right, thank you.
Just one comment, Mr. Mayor, that you mentioned about why you're a little bit of dismay about why we're discussing this, because we've already discussed it, and we're taking hours discussing something we've already discussed. We've taken 2 or 3 minutes to discuss the largest contract that I've seen in my 5.5 years on the city council. And to say that it's not of interest to the public, I think the potential to save several $1 million on a contract and spend 3 to 4 minutes on it is immensely important to our constituency. So I think it's important, and I think that, again, the reason why we moved so quickly is because it was an emergency. We had earth movement. It's been 2 months, we have no earth movement. Things appear to be stable, and that's why I mentioned the comment that we at least need to consider this in light of the fact that it is our largest contract in many years, probably in decades, and that the soil seems to be stable, and that a more normal approach to contracting might be in order. That was my comment.
Okay, well, and we had a very, very thorough discussion of much longer than that before when we decided to do this. That was my point, but I appreciate those comments. Any other discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve item 6N.
The staff recommendation?
Staff recommendation, yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nolet.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so that's unanimous.
Next item is item 6O, pulled by a member of the public, consideration of council member travel and training expenses, League of California Cities Conference. And this is pulled by Amanda Q.
I have no presentation on this. However, I have spoken on this matter a couple of times. This is a big, huge amount for each city council member, and this is something that we really should focus on versus other trips to DC and other things like that. However, I hope one of the members of the city council can try to modify and put a limit on each council member's travel expense, because that would really help other council members members in what they want to pursue. So I just wanted to say that that's a huge expenditure, especially when the limit is 7,000. So maybe there should be a limit on each council member. But this is something that is really important. League of California Cities Conference, and that's really important to attend. Anyways, I just wanted to say that versus this DC trip or the trip to Pennsylvania or whatnot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that very much, Amanda.
I've got a couple of comments on this one leading in. For clarification, I think 3 council members are actually going. I don't think it's $6,000 per council person, but I think three are going. That's just for clarification. Also, I'd like to see if we could agendize for our next meeting or some meeting, looking at this, how we do this, each individual expenditure getting approved. And I know some other cities do it where each council person has like a budget or whatever, and they use it to whether it's mileage or whether it's a trip they take, and they use that. And when they use it up, it's up. And if somebody wants to make a trip and, use theirs and maybe could use some other, then they get with that council person and say, yeah, what the heck? But it's still transparent. I mean, all the expenditures will be of record, so anybody can review it at any time. But I just think for simplicity, maybe we have staff look at that to see what the best practices of other cities as far as budgeting this out. Just makes it a little bit simpler and more transparent.
Not agendized.
So there is an item on the agenda for discussion of future agenda items, so it'd be appropriate to raise that at that time.
Let's do that.
Okay,
Thank you, City Attorney.
would you remind me? Because I might forget.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and just because, we can agendize things at any time, but it's a lot cleaner if we do it at that time. So
That's
let's bring
wonderful.
that
I've
back
already
up
made my
again.
argument for it, so all I have to do
That's
is
it.
say, remember that?
Unless there are
you.
further comments, I'll move
Forgot.
staff recommendation.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is Nobach, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any objection? Hearing none, the item passes unanimously.
And the final consent item, which was pulled by a council member, is consideration of letter of support, SB 326, Eggman Behavioral Health Services Act, and AB 531, Irwin Behavioral Health Infrastructure Bond Act of 2023.
Did a council member pull that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah, I have concerns with supporting this. I don't want to get into a long discussion of it. We spend billions of dollars in this state. We tax people billions of dollars to put money into our mental health system, I think to the tune of about almost $5 billion. It's mismanaged in my view. It's not a shortage of money, and to request the taxpayers to contribute another $4 billion to contribute to a system that is broken is not a solution. I know that oftentimes, they will, in the legislation, give it a good name, like it's for veterans. Well, the veterans itself, have addressed this, and the federal government has put more billions of dollars into it. They've actually made a big dent. They have a better program than the state for addressing these issues for the military. So I just think that if we look at how money has been spent by the state addressing the mental health issues and the homelessness issue, the more they spend under the current administration, the more homeless problems that we've created. So I just can't support it, and that's just my personal view.
Do we have any comments on this item?
No comments.
Any other discussion of the item?
Yeah, I'm troubled. I mean, it's a great concept. I'm willing, or would be willing to support spending money on the mental health issue. I think that's the critical issue in this. I'd like to see where that money specifically is going. You know, what are they going to put into place for that money? It's just always, they need more money, they need more money. The more money it seems to spend, and the worse the homeless situation and the mental health part of the homeless situation seems to get.
Well, I could speak to that. I mean, I dug into this a little bit when we were requested to look at this. I mean, one, I think most of the money we're talking about here is actually reprogram money that's already been budgeted, right? So we're not actually adding in new money for these programs. Clearly, mental health is a big factor here behind the homeless. And the thing that I like about what these bills are doing is these tie into the new care court, right? So before, it's kind of been hands off with the mentally ill. If you'd like to continue to live on the street, that's it. Now, the care court changes that paradigm. It says, actually, we're going to take these people in, we're going to put them through a court process, and if they're not competent to make their own decisions, we're going to have a guardian appointed who's going to make those decisions, and that guardian's going to say, you're going to be part of this mandatory program. And they'll finally get off the street, they'll finally get the help that they may need. So a lot of this funding goes to building those facilities, though, that they're going to need to go into, right? Like, they don't get helped on the street. They need to be in a, for lack of a better word, institution where there's professionals there 24 hours a day addressing those mental health concerns. If we just cycle them through like we do right now, and I can't argue with Victor, there's a lot of money been misspent. There's a lot of money that's putting people in housing with no services around them, and they just fall right back out after millions wasted. But that's what I like about these. Actually, this goes to the heart of the problem and says we're going to start addressing the root problem of mental illness and getting people into those facilities where they can get that addressed. And in many cases, mandatory, because they shouldn't be able, frankly, to make a decision, no, I prefer to be on the street. You can't take care of yourself. That's unsafe for them and everybody else. So that's what I like about these programs. I think it gets to the heart of the problem that people have been avoiding before and just saying, oh, yeah, just give housing to everybody and that'll solve the problem. Well, these people they're not equipped to handle housing without services.
Couple of comments. We just need to be careful about what we support and why. I agree, mental health is a huge issue, it needs to be addressed, but throwing billions of dollars at a problem doesn't always solve it. That analysis is important. I wish we had done that a month or so ago when there was a federal bill that this council approved that said we're going to support police, nurses, firefighters, and teachers with VA loans. We didn't go through the analysis then. Had we done that, we'd have realized that there were 800,000 police, 1,200 firefighters, 4 million teachers, and 4 million nurses, 10 million people getting VA loans at $600,000 a pop results in $60 trillion of potential expenditure, and we passed it in a 4 or 5 minutes of discussion. And so I share the concern about the need. It's an important issue, but I think it's one that needs to be, those services that we're talking about spending billions on are currently available if we'll just use them properly. So I agree with Victor's concern, and unless there's any other discussion, I would recommend we table this letter.
I'd like to speak really quickly. If you look at, if you talk to those on the streets, if you talk to those who are dealing with this, they will tell you over and over and over again that it is a mental health crisis. Mental health crisis mixed with a housing crisis. Once you are on the streets, your mind goes into despair. You need to get the help that is not readily available to you. This helps them who have those mental issues get the help that they need, gets them off of the street in a way that we aren't doing right now. Right now, if we want someone to get off the street who has a mental illness, it can take anywhere from 6 months to a year. This alleviates that, and it refocuses our money where it needs to go.
Thank you. Yes.
That's one thing. We went to a forum in Lake Forest, and I should say, I think Lake Forest has in their count 20 homeless people. There might have been 50 people there working on the homeless issue, drawing a full-time salary, I would suspect. So there's more people working on this than there are homeless people in that city. They're not all from that city, but one of the points that they raised when we discussed it, the care courts, because we thought, well, the care court, it's going to be good. They're going to be able to take somebody that has mental health issues and put them into this system. And when we asked I think it was the public defender, he says, oh, no, they have to come voluntarily. We cannot force them into this. They have to say, I want to go. And we asked them, well, how does someone with mental illness that can't take himself say, yeah, I want to go? It doesn't happen. And I think your experience, and you shared a little bit of that experience with him. Again, there's some problems. I don't think we're going to resolve this issue, quickly. I don't think we can understand all the nuances of this legislation. There may be some good parts of this that I could support. There are some things, unless that was when I was pulled off the agenda, that I think we can support to deal with housing. It was on the agenda earlier. I don't know if we pulled that one off, but there are things that we could do. I just, in good conscience, can't support this legislation at this time. But I would move to table it, and we could.
I'll second the motion.
Well, let me just point out, tabling it is essentially voting no, because this is going to go to a vote, right? So before our next meeting, so there's not enough time to discuss it again. So just to make that point. The other thing is, Orange County is a testing county for the Care Court. Actually, we've been selected to be one of the first folks to have the Care Court. My understanding is not what this public defender told you. I think the whole point of it was that people don't get to make that choice, that there's an independent court system that, just like, for other people who are incompetent, besides that a guardian will be appointed to make those key decisions for them. And I think that's the humane approach. So I don't know where that person got that information, but that's the status quo right now. They hate to decide that the Care Court is meant to not be that. So I think there is some urgency here. I think it's a good move to get behind, especially for a city like us that's dealing with the homeless crisis and a large proportion of mentally ill folks. So I'd be supportive of it.
Hey, just what Victor said was completely accurate. It was confusing because, again, that's not what I understood the Care Court to be. I hope that public defender was wrong. I don't know. But again, doing some research on my own in Care Court, that was the fact that they could be compelled into treatment. And I'm still, hoping that's the case. This is like, if this was on any other issue about shelter, homeless, whatever it is, I wouldn't be supporting throwing tax money at it. The fact is, whether we support this or not, it's a done deal, and it's going to happen. This is, last chance maybe for I won't say us, because I know some people are going to disagree with this, and I understand that completely. Sometimes it's good to have votes that aren't unanimous, because you're speaking for a large segment of the population, our residents here. But I think for me, this is my last chance to hope, because the mental part of this is the most challenging, that maybe that we are going to get some action out of this. Again, it's going to pass anyway. The money's going to be spent. And I'm willing to go ahead, again, to support this. One last try is, can we at California do something that we've never been able to do before, and that's spend some money that actually makes a difference?
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
I will
I think
make
there's
a
a motion on the floor
Do we have
table.
a motion to tables on the floor? Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. And we have a substitute motion.
I'll make a substitute motion that we pass this letter, consideration of the letter of support for SB 326.
And AB 3.
AB 531.
Okay. And do we have a second for that? I'll second it. Okay.
Speaking to the motion on the floor, my only comment would be, if this is something that is going to be done regardless, then our action is superfluous. So to support something that is going to happen anyway, there's no reason to even act. But we don't know if it's going to happen, which is why we're asking for a resolution to let the legislature know how this community feels. So I will be voting against the substitute motion, but it's not a done deal till the fat lady sings, so to speak.
Point taken. Okay, we'll take the substitute motion first. That motion, City Clerk, again, was Enmeyer with Duncan seconding.
Yes.
Councilmember Enmeyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Noel?
No.
Councilmember Cabral?
No.
And I'm an aye, so it passes 3-2. Does that mean that we moot out the second motion, City Attorney? Okay.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. First item for council consideration this evening is a continued public hearing. It's consideration of declaring the intention of the City of San Clemente to transition from at-large to district elections, consideration of a contract award for professional demographer services, and first public hearing on composition of districts.
So this is a little bit different than a lot of our public hearings where we would just open the public hearing, right? City clerk can get right into it. We have to make a few decisions first.
Correct.
Before we would proceed with a public hearing, so.
Correct. This is a three-part process. First is the resolution of intention. From there, if council adopts the resolution of intention, next up is consideration of adoption of a resolution for a contract with a demographer, and then finally, if that passes, then we would open the public hearing and hear public comments.
Okay.
So with that,
Do we have any staff presentation on this to lead us off, or how
we
should
do. I can lead you off, and then we've got our consultant available for the next part with a PowerPoint presentation.
And City Clerk, do we take comments at this point, or would we save comments for if there's a public hearing?
For the public hearing.
Okay.
Yes. So the city received a letter from the law offices of Michelle R. Jackson that alleges that the city's at-large election process illustrates the city's voting results are racially polarized, resulting in minority vote dilution. And as a result, the city's at-large elections violate the California Voting Rights Act of 2001. What that means is the city has 45 days to respond under the CRVA, where council could make a determination to adopt a resolution of intention to transition from at-large elections to district elections. So that would be the first consideration. The city has 45 days within which the city cannot be sued under the CVRA, so-called safe harbor, and during which period the city may declare its intent to switch to election of its legislative body by districts. If the council adopts such a resolution, then the city has a further 90-day safe harbor period during which it is again protected from litigation, and within which it must conduct multiple public hearings and adopt an ordinance switching to districts. There's no immunity provided in the CVRA where a city's voters have already expressed a desire to stay with at-large elections. Our city, in November 6, 2018, had a Measure V that failed to pass, where the voters were given the decision on whether or not they thought that the city should have at-large versus by district elections. So that passage of Measure V failed. That has no consideration in this letter received from the law offices of Michelle R. Jackson. So the first thing council should consider tonight is the adoption of Resolution 2385, and that gives us the 45-day safe harbor under which Elections Code Section 10010 would prevent us from any litigation at this point. So if you would like to refer to, let me just find it here. It is, it's attachment 4 in your administrative report. It's page 13 on the report. That's your resolution of intention. And that would be to transition from at-large to district-based elections.
Sorry, what page?
Page 13 is your resolution of intention. Page 13 of the agenda report. It's attachment number 4.
Okay. At this point, I'd welcome any council discussion and/or motion.
Do we need to, do we do public comment?
No, we would wait on public comment until, Aaron, welcome. We got an award for you up at the podium, man, so.
It's under,
Got
it's
that.
under the podium, just grab your plaque, man, it's right there.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, I think if we have a public hearing, we'll have comments, but I think the public is probably entitled to comment on any resolution we're considering.
Yeah, City Attorney?
Yes, so there are public comments that have been submitted. My recommendation would be to ask them which item they want to comment on. So if they want to comment on the resolution of intention, now would be the time. If they want to comment during the public hearing, that would be later.
Okay. How many comments do we have so far, City Clerk?
6 comment cards so far.
Okay. For those 6 individuals who commented, if you would like to comment on the resolution, please approach the city attorney and let her know so that you can make those comments now. Okay. So this is a comment on essentially whether we should initiate this resolution of intent. Is that something that you'd like to comment on now?
Yes.
Because if you don't comment now, then we may take action and then you can comment later, but you might be commenting on something that already was decided. So that's kind of what I thought.
Can they comment on both these items?
I think so, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yes, okay.
There you go.
All right, then, well, let's do this. Let's go in order, and if you would not like to comment, you can say, no, I'll save my comment and comment on the other item. But for now, let's make sure that we catch everybody. So anybody who has a comment, we'll just go through the order, and then if they would not like to comment on the resolution, they would only like to comment on the public hearing, then they can just say so.
Okay. Chuck Beatty?
Mayor and City Councilman, thank you for holding this kind of a hearing. I was brought to my attention, I'm fairly new to this area. Well, we have a home in San Clemente, but I do read the paper. And I wanted to thank, I don't want to mispronounce your name, Victor. So
Victor Cabral.
anyway,
Yeah.
this was a well-researched article in my experience, and those that haven't read it should. Quickly give you my background. I spent 10 years on the city council in Riverside, and that was, of course, a ward system. Big city, a long time before I came along, they were on wards. And then I left that one and went to the school district. School district was at large. Probably most people haven't had the experience on both of those, but the experience on the city council as a ward, what I found out so quickly, how much people appreciated have someone they could go to, and they knew they could go to. Not have to pick someone they thought they might like or whatever. They come to you. I think it helped also in decision-making because we would turn to the person, that issue, if it was an issue centered in that ward, we would turn to the person who represented those people. He would have met with them. He would have come up with some kinds of recommendations. So we had a lot of positive votes as a result of that, and I thought the system worked very well. The 8 years I spent on the school board, though, was at large. And that went fairly well. It was still fairly good size. There's still 100,000 voters. But what happened then was exactly what you described. That we really didn't have a choice. What they came to us and said, you will follow the law. Now, would you like to fight it? And would you like to spend a lot of money? And we weren't interested in doing that. So, but the key, I thought, and we'll continue to think that, is what happens after you decide that. The importance of drawing those areas. We had a terrible experience with that. They keep coming up with proposals. You have to guard against gerrymandering, the kind of interests that come forward. I think for San Clemente is a very different place than Riverside, no question. Much smaller.
Very different than Santa Ana.
A huge minority population. And so you had every kind of interest group that you had. We ended up with something that was, if you ever heard the word gerrymandering, all you'd have to do is look at that. I mean, to get it, they run snakes down through. I voted against them. in what they were doing, but it was a lot of interest. It was the most important part. The other part was, that's so important, is to be sure the public understands what you're doing. And that first election, particularly, people, they're so used to doing that district
Thank you,
vote.
sir.
Matter of fact,
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I ran again and
No,
lost.
sorry, sir.
So-
Yeah, I appreciate your comments,
Out of
but your
time.
time is up.
So anyway, I want to thank you for your service. I certainly appreciate being here, and I had a great time in my years on the city council, except for one day. That, of course, was the day I was shot 3 times. So good luck for you.
Okay.
Yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm glad you're still here.
Give anybody any ideas.
Dennis Grimes?
Hello, everybody.
Hi, Dennis.
Hi, City Council. I love your shirts. I got dressed up too, as you can see. But personally, I think Laura's dress is the most beautiful. Gonna score some points there. I want to talk a little bit about gerrymandering and redistricting. Why? Leave it alone. It's some kind of attempt to manipulate the vote in favor of, whoever is trying to manipulate it. We spent a lot of time, our government put this thing together for a reason. It works well. Why do we have to come in now just to make it work better for somebody else? It's fair. Get up there, register to vote, and vote, but don't change the district to accommodate some kind of party that wants it done in their favor. And I don't really care if I'm going to make somebody mad. I'm just a local guy. I'm a local real estate broker. I've been selling property in the area 50 years, and I just feel like, hey, we got a system in place. It works real well. We got a lot of other issues that we got to attend to. Yes, the homeless are there. I don't personally like the blighted, empty buildings that aren't moving through the process. That makes our beautiful town kind of look like we've got some other problems when all the tourists are here spending their money. What's going on? Why is the Miramar sitting there rotting? Why is a building across from Rite Aid looks like a ghetto and nobody's doing nothing about it? I got a property over in San Juan. They're fining them $1,000 a day. Code enforcement cited them, and they're not adhering to it. So there's a lot of problems. The redistricting is what I'm talking about. In my personal opinion, thank you for your time. Let it be, please. Thank you. That's all I got to say. Except, I am a fisherman, and there's an island out there named after our city called San Clemente, and the whole community should be full of fresh bluefin right now. They're catching 100-pound fish 5 miles on the west side. So I love this town. I love you guys. Thank you for your service.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Dennis. Good advice there. Okay.
Mike Kay?
Council, I want to echo some of the points that were brought up. In the end, it seems like it's going to happen. It's the state. I don't think we should spend a lot of money fighting it. Yeah, it's frustrating. We have a system that works. It's the Democrats on the left, which I used to be. They want to have their system. Okay. What I'd like to focus on, and maybe it's better said in the second presentation, but I wasn't clear about that, is that the drama is in the details, like anything else. If these lines are drawn to bring in so-called minority groups, that's problematic for a variety of reasons. If, however, in the end, we use common regions of our city for zones, Talega being a zone, probably the coast and Marblehead and Foster Ranch, places where I've lived in the past. If that's kind of a zone, they have coyotes. They have through avenidas to get there. They're going to have traffic issues, e-bike lanes for their kids. Those are the combinations of those areas. Talega has fire stuff on the side. The coast, where I am now, has the train, has surf traffic, has beach erosion, sand, bluff erosion, et cetera. And they're wealthier people with their issues. That's kind of their thing. The central area is kind of a core business area. They have common issues in the mixed residential community and the business community along, our core town area. If the zones are split on common regional areas where people of all backgrounds, all races, all religions, all whatever, share their common life experiences, I think that having wards or zones could actually be a good thing. I think all Talega people, Mexican Talega people, white, Jewish, whatever, have coyotes when they walk their dogs, and they're frustrated. Their cats get eaten, and they want to do something about it. So rather than go on the kind of prescribed idea of a racial problem, I'd rather see these zones broken down by common life, San Clemente life experience, so that locals with common problems could report to one person who could then represent up here, which has not been the case. And most of the representatives up here in the past years have not been from the inland areas, and those areas have not been properly represented. So drama's in the details. If it's done right, I think it might have an upside. Overall, I'm against it, but I don't think we need to worry about it. It's going to happen one or the other. Thanks.
Thank you.
George Gregory?
Evening again, Council. George Gregory, North Beach, San Clemente. Together we stand, divided we fall. And that's obviously what California, Sacramento is trying to do to us. They're trying to water down my voice, give me one vote every 4 years as compared to my 5 right now. How do we mitigate this? How do we stop these people? Well, for one thing, we fight them. You know, unless we want county care court, or state care court for cities, like we're going to do for the mentally ill. You know, obviously you guys are mentally ill and you can't make up your mind. So the state's going to do it for us. So that's something to think about. And where the blood's going to be and where the Crips going to be, which district? How do you divide a community? Just like this. So don't do it. Watering down our votes is the worst thing we can do. This is supposed to be a democracy. The more times we vote, the better we get an idea of the majority. To ask me to just vote once every 4 years, it just, people are just going to ignore it. They're going to stop participating. And let's face it, we've seen that before. When communities stop participating, when people stop voting for the higher offices and the lower offices, we wind up with a poop storm, for better words. So don't go that direction. Don't allow it to happen. Don't allow our community to be divided like this. What can they do to us? Just don't go to court. Just ignore them. Let the Judge Shummery judge us. What's he going to do? Come and hit me with this gavel? I dare him. The thing is, we got to fight these kind of things. It's just like the bureaucracy of what's going to happen with this care court. It's going to create another bureaucracy. Those are the things we need to fear most in our communities and in our nation, is these giant bureaucracies that will never go away. So remember those words. Together we stand, divided we fall. And please, please consider Victor's backbone he just found. It's called a spine. So come on, guys. Thank you.
George. All right, thank you, George.
Thank you.
Amanda Q?
Yes, I do have a PowerPoint on this. I do. And it's not mine. It's actually Councilmember Ray Ganaway's. I just copied 3 slides there. And next slide, please. So what he did is Voting Rights Act reduces your voting rights. Current at-large system, every voter in Laguna Niguel, or it could be San Clemente, gets 3 votes for 3 council seats every presidential election year. In the new system, every voter in Laguna Niguel gets 1 vote for 1 council seat every 4 years. 2 votes for the current one, 2 votes for 2 council seats every midterm election year. And historically, in the surrounding cities, the system has produced less candidates. So over the course of 4 years, the voter gets 1 vote for 5 candidates, and then the new district would be less candidates, less competition of ideas. The current one, a candidate only needs to be in the top 2 or 3 to win. However, in the new district system, must be number 1 to win. Next slide, please. These are the disadvantages of districts: ward politics, decisions made to benefit one district instead of the whole city. Budgeting process becomes territorial. City events become territorial. Log rolling, the practice of an elected official supporting a benefit to one district so they may receive a reciprocal benefit to their district. District becomes less, not more, democratic. Less voter participation often leads to less competitive elections. Next slide, please. These are the common questions. Does the plaintiff need to prove a minority group lives in the geographical compact area? No. Not under California law. Does the plaintiff need to prove a minority candidate lost a previous city council election? No. No, it's only one factor to consider. Does the plaintiff need to prove the voters intentionally discriminated against a candidate by not voting for them? No. Does the plaintiff need to prove a higher likelihood of minority candidate success in a district-based system? No. Does the plaintiff need to prove a new district will have a majority minority voting population? No. As a Latina Hispanic who's lived here for over 50 years, I definitely do not support district elections. I've been very active in my community. I spent a lot of time researching and reading the lawsuit of Pico Neighborhood Association versus the City of Santa Monica. And I have, I'm a fighter. I've definitely fought against a lot of multiple issues throughout the years. There was 6,226 people who signed the petition against Amazon. We did not want an Amazon through our city. I fought against the La Pata gas station and other places, Los Patrones Parkway Extension, the toll road. And we had a lot of city council members come forward and fighting the toll road. And we had thousands of people signing petitions, one after another, against that. So we all came together as a
Thank you,
city.
Amanda.
Lisa H.
Good evening, City Council members. I wasn't intending to speak, so I have nothing prepared, and I really, really appreciate the PowerPoint, Amanda Q. That was very informative. And then the other thing that was explained is that this redistricting is about racial issues. Please, we're all citizens of San Clemente. We've been voting and we've been fine for a really, really long time. You've got to ask yourself, why now? Why now are they trying to define districts? If it comes from Sacramento, you must know it's nefarious. Please, stand up, have a backbone. San Clemente doesn't have to follow along. We can be different. We can just vote for ourselves. If it is along racial lines, and we have no border, and we have so many, we have so many, what are we supposed to call them now? We have so many illegal aliens coming in right now, and they, I have heard, are going to be given the right to vote for the school board. We can't do this. We can't have this. Don't divide San Clemente. We're all together. I've lived here for 38 years. It's never been an issue. Please do not vote for this resolution.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Lisa.
Final speaker is Aaron Washington.
Well, obviously, I didn't plan. I got here late. But I would say I am the minority in this city. I don't even think I make 0.5%, and I hate this. I hate this, all right? I ran twice, I didn't make it, and every time I got closer. And I've been living here for 17 years. I think we're too small, 8 miles, how are you gonna divide it up? When you look at it, I'm like, this stinks. I like what we got. I would like to see a female on there, and that really have our diversity there. But, it is what it is. The city is critical. When we do our debates and everything, it's not about that. And quite frankly, if you look at the demographics of who voted, the voters that went out, look at if they have the demographic where they put I'm African American or I'm Hispanic or they didn't put nothing, we might be surprised that whoever brought this up, why is it even in our city right now? It's probably a mute issue. So do I want to see our city go into debt? No, but nothing against pickleball players. I would like to see 8 million go to this. I'd like to see other funding go to fighting this than to go to something like that. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, you didn't get your plaque.
They hear plaques under the, no, it really is, this isn't a joke.
Yeah.
No more public comments, yes.
Okay, so the first order of business is discussion here on the resolution before us, resolution of intention. Does anyone want to, oh, there it is. You have the plaque, that's right.
We have to come out and take a photo again?
Yeah, does anyone want to start the discussion here or make a motion?
I'll start the discussion. Most of what I have to say about this issue has been said. If you read the editorial in the newspaper, I think you know where I stand. I don't support this, but I've got to look at it from a financial standpoint for the city. I've looked at the hundreds of cases that have been filed. There hasn't been one that's won, and it's cost some cities up to $20-30 million to fight this. We don't have $20-30 million to fight this. I mean, it would be great theoretically to fight it. I don't think we would ever win this, and I'll tell you why. Because this comes out of Sacramento, and Sacramento has a notion. They're not trying to deal with San Clemente. They're trying to deal with other cities, bigger cities, and so they make a rule for all the cities. They want to get control of all these cities, so they divide the cities up. And they know that if you can create a Hispanic and an African-American district, they can take control of those cities. And they want to do that across the state. It doesn't work so well here in San Clemente because we don't have a significant population, so of Hispanics, minority population. And so really, this is really not, this law was really never intended, in my view, to attack San Clemente. But we're faced with the same law as every other city that's out there. It's a rigged system. There was a federal standard that was very high that required you to prove actual discrimination. So what did they do? They changed the rules. They rigged the system, and if you've ever been to one of those games at a carnival where you shoot the basketball and it's not big enough for a basketball to barely fit, they made it so basketball doesn't fit.
What?
So you just shoot and you never make it.
Rick's lost a lot of money on that.
I never got the bear.
It's a rigged, they're rigged rules. We will lose this litigation, almost guaranteed. We will spend a lot of money on our attorneys and on their attorneys. The only hope we have, if we do, this body does decide to go to this district elections, is that there's a case in the California Supreme Court that may give us a little bit of leadway. Who knows? But at this point in time, we're looking at millions of dollars in expenditures to fight a lawsuit that we're going to lose. And we've been going this year, as you know, maybe I better not say, we've been reviewing all our litigation, and we've been trying to get that in order. We've spent a lot of money in litigation, probably more than we should have across this, for a city of this size. We're trying to manage our expenses and our costs. And so I look at it as a purely cost-benefit analysis. How much money should you spend to pursue a case that you're very likely going to lose? And I don't see the benefit in that. And as I outlined in that editorial I wrote, those are the biggest concerns that I have. The state has rigged the case against us. We're not going to win it, in my view. And so we have no choice but to follow the district solution that they've put in front of us. And I should also say that they didn't want to pass a law that forced us to do it. If they could have, and we would have borne the cost of that, they couldn't do it, so they gave lawyers the right to sue us, and that's where we're at right now. The lawyers will win a lot of money if they sue us because it's a very expensive case to pursue. If we don't agree to this today, we jump from what is it, $30,000 plus or minus to millions of dollars eventually if we fight this, and I just don't think it's a winning proposition. So those are my views.
Can I piggyback onto Victor's comments? And our consultant is here. Could you step up? I want to ask a couple of questions here real quick. So can you tell me approximately, and I think you actually know the real number, but how many California cities have been involved in lawsuits over districting?
So
We haven't
the
hired,
city
he's
has
not our
not,
consultant.
the city has not hired him yet.
Oh, he's not here for questions?
No, he's here for questions on his contract that would be.
Oh,
up.
on his contract. Oh, okay.
That would be potentially next, yeah.
That would be
okay.
potentially next,
I think he can
depending
opine
on
when he's
this.
not formally representing
Good point.
us.
Okay.
Okay, well, I know I
know the answers already.
I know the
So
answers
ask yourself
already.
a question,
So,
and then
yeah,
you can
actually, I'll ask
answer.
myself a question. I think over 160, over 200 cities have been involved in litigation here. And out of those cities that have been involved in litigation, not one has won. Not one has won. And there's nothing compelling that I can seem to think San Clemente has that those other 200 cities didn't have. Also, when they lose, not only do they have to pay their own legal fees, then they have to pay the person who sues them legal fees also. And again, if citizens want to get together and put together a petition, say, hey, we don't mind if we spend $30 million, let's put on a show, let's do a GoFundMe, I'll be compelled to go along with you. I really will. I don't like districting. I don't want districting. I hope everybody up here tells their opinion on this. But we also have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens and the residents of our city. And can I ask the city attorney one quick question, though? Because it's come up about, hey, we voted 6 years ago, 5 years ago, it was 70% voted we don't want districts. So that should be it. We voted already. Ms. City Attorney, does that vote that we took 5 or 6 years ago have anything to do compelling on this litigation?
Well, a few things. The measure that was before the city before was whether the city should go to district elections, and that was defeated. So it was not an affirmative, nothing was passed. It did, the majority spoke as they did, but it didn't pass any local ordinance, for example. So there's nothing on the books related to it. And even if there were, there's not, a city ordinance can't trump state law, and here we're dealing with a state law.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Well, I'll just echo what's being said. This is not something that I think, I should say, a majority of the citizens don't want to go down this path, but this is, we're trying to look at the best of, the best of bad options, the best bad option that there is. And so that's we're trying to act responsibly. I shouldn't say we're, but I shouldn't speak for everyone here. But we want to do what's best in the best interest of the taxpayer, even if it's not ultimately what we truly want to do. We have to make the right decision for everyone, whether we like it or if we are feeling that is what we are being forced to do.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
You know, as we enter into the Democratic fog, the Democrat-controlled legislature's fog of trying to figure out what an ambiguous and hazy definition of dilution of vote actually means, we look at this issue, and in my opinion, this is a state of California, Sacramento-led totalitarian march toward a total control of every aspect of local governance. We've, as a council, have objected to the city, to the state controlling the city's rules, and we've objected to the state usurpation of our local rights on a regular and continuous basis. And this California Voting Rights Act is a prime example of that. The hammer that the state has against us is they will award substantial attorney fees and consulting fees if we dare to disagree and litigate this issue. The citizens of our city have voted, as has been said several times, by a 70% margin to disapprove votes by district. There's no reason to support this other than the state's financial blackmail and intimidation of us. And, the cost of freedom is high, and the cost of having local governance is high when you're faced with a totalitarian state government and federal government too on occasion that says, we're in charge of your local community, not you. You're superfluous. We're in charge. And I think if we don't stand up to that, even at an expense, I think we do our citizens a disservice. So in response, also, no one has won these cases because no one's dared to fight it. Most have caved, some have fought it and lost, but Santa Monica, as has been said earlier, has the courage and the resources to go forward. The case has been briefed by the California Supreme Court, and we should know in the next few weeks what the result of that is. It may be discarded, it may be approved, it may be modified, we don't know. But I commend the city of Santa Monica for having the backbone and the guts to fight this. And unfortunately, not unfortunately, with conviction, I'm unable to support this resolution. Those are my comments.
Well, I'll just round this out before we entertain motions, but I think, and if it isn't clear already, no one on this city council wanted to receive this letter from this attorney. We wish we never received it. I think we'd all be better off if we never received it. But we have to deal with the real world, and the real world is that we got the letter, and the letter requires action by the council. And this council, I think I speak for the whole council, we're committed to making the right decision for the city, even if it's things that are distasteful to us. And so we're put in this very untenable position, but I'm confident that the council will make the decision that's in the long-term best interests of our city, even if it's something that we wish we didn't have to do. And I think that's very true from all of the comments. So with that, let's see if we have, does anybody have a motion?
I'll move to adopt resolution number 2385. Do I need to read?
No, because only if it's an ordinance, so that's sufficient. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. We'll go to a vote on that. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
And Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So we will move on to the next staff recommendation. Do you want to talk about that, City Clerk?
Yes, this is consideration of a contract award to National Demographics Corporation. They are a demographer that can help with everything related to transitioning to district elections, district project setup and coordination, development of database, incorporation of any geographic information systems, district plan development, plan implementation, public outreach, attending council meetings, working on all of the mapping, everything related to district elections. The ask is for a $65,000, not to exceed $65,000. That would include all of those services I just spoke of, also attendance at council meetings and community outreach.
Okay, any discussion on this? Do we want to make a motion? We've had some discussions with this group, so I think this is the group that can help us navigate this difficult process.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2386.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is Enmeyer, second is Leffler. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay. It is 4-1 with no block opposed. Motion passes. And we now have National Demographics Corporation providing services for us. So,
And Dr. Justin Levitt is here to answer questions. He also does have a presentation if you'd like to hear it.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest you open the public hearing now, before the presentation.
for the presentation, sure, okay. So I will open the public hearing, and we have City Clerk. Who do we have before us again with the presentation?
All right, good evening. Good evening, Mayor Duncan, members of the council, members of the community. It's a pleasure to be here tonight I'm going to talk a little bit about the districting process tonight, including a little bit about the timeline, the set states for the transition to district elections through the rules and criteria we use.
Justin, could you speak up a little bit or move the microphone closer?
Sure, okay. There is, I bet that's better.
Everybody here in the back, there's not that many people in the back. But
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to start all over again. Tonight, I have a brief presentation to talk through the schedule and timeline for transitioning to district elections, the rules and criteria we use for drawing districts, as well as a little bit about the demographics of San Clemente and what that means for the process. Basically, what I'll say is the first two public hearings here are really about the criteria and rules, education about the districting process. We don't have any maps drawn at this point, and that would not come until the third public hearing. If we go to the next slide, I'll just say a few more words about the California Voting Rights Act. As we were just discussing, the California Voting Rights Act is a law, 2001 law actually, it's over 20 years old, that was written to encourage cities to switch to by-district elections, where the city is divided into council districts of equal population, and each council member must live within that district, and only the residents within that district get to elect the member from that council. This is a safe harbor in the California Voting Rights Act. So a city that uses district elections cannot be targeted by the California Voting Rights Act, and the remedy, if you are at large, is to switch to district elections, which is what every jurisdiction has done. If we go to the next slide, to give you some of the background, which we talked about, it lowers those federal standards. In federal voting rights law, you have to prove intent to discriminate. You have to prove that there's a totality of the circumstances that leads to discrimination. You have to prove you can draw a majority district of a protected class community. Under the California Voting Rights Act, we have a simple numeric test. Are there people of different races and ethnicities who vote differently? And this could be for a variety of reasons. It doesn't matter if we can explain why different groups vote differently, maybe through partisanship, maybe through whatever other factors. It becomes a simple mathematical formula. And if the test comes back, then a lawyer could, in theory, come to and say, you have a voting rights problem under the California Voting Rights Act, and the remedy for that is to switch to by-district elections. If we look at the effects on the next slide, the impact statewide has been enormous.
Can I stop you right there? Has there been any city that's been sued where the plaintiff hasn't been able to prove?
So, as noted, most of these actually do not go to trial because the way the law is written, even if the plaintiff wins, even if a city or school district or special district wins, they can't recoup any of their expenses and fees from the defendant, but the defendant can recoup fees from the city or local government that they win against. Now, we've had about 5 or 6 law cases, I think 5 cases at the city level that have either gone to trial or gone to that second stage. Most of these cases, before 2015, most of these cases ended in negotiation. And then in 2015, the legislature passed AB 350, which added to the California Voting Rights Act to create these windows where you could send a demand letter and you'd given this a 45-day window to respond, and a 90-day safe harbor in which the district was protected against future litigation. Since 2015, almost every letter has either where they've moved forward has been through a demand letter without going to trial. Those trials that there have been, the city of Santa Clara, for example, the city of Palmdale, no city has ever won a voting rights case. Santa Monica won on appeal at the appellate court. The Supreme Court put an immediate stay on the appellate court's rulings, and they just heard this case in, I believe, June 27th was when they heard the Santa Monica case at the Supreme Court. We're awaiting that decision. Now, And I say those are just cities. We also have had lawsuits in other jurisdictions from healthcare districts, water districts, mostly school districts, actually. That's been the largest source of CVRA litigation, because if cities struggle with funding any kind of response, school districts certainly don't have the millions of dollars cities like Palmdale or Santa Monica have had to respond. And so even in a lot of cities, a lot of times the city transitions to districts after a lot of the local school districts already have made that transition. And we can see some of the settlements. Some of these, like Palmdale, are awards from the court. Palmdale is $4.7 million. This, of course, does not include any of the city's own expenses. This is just what was awarded to the plaintiff. Some of the settlements, Modesto, for example, settled for $3 million back in 2006. One of the first CVRA cases to get to the trial, almost went to trial. Settled right before they went to trial. The city of Highland, $1.3 million. They actually put districts onto a referendum for voters to see whether they wanted them or not. And even though voters rejected it, a court turned around and imposed districts anyway. Anaheim, Whittier, a lot of these cities face settlements of over $1 million, which of course doesn't include whatever the city spent on its own defense. And so this is an expensive process for cities that have, and other, I'll say it's been all cities that have fought. Most of the special districts that have been targeted don't have the resources to fight. If we go to the next slide, I believe we have a map showing its impact here in Orange County. In 2010, just 13 years ago, there was only one city in the county that had district elections, Seal Beach. There were two cities, Santa Ana and Newport Beach, that had by-district elections, where people had to live within a part of the city, but then voters citywide would elect in the general election. Just this year, in 2023, you can see the map. All the areas in green currently have by-district elections. Within the last 10 years, give or take, cities ranging from Buena Park and Anaheim in the north to San Juan Capistrano, Mission Viejo, and Lake Forest in the south have transitioned to district elections because of the CVRA. Currently, we see that there's a wave hitting South Orange County. Just within the last couple of weeks, Lake Forest, Aliso Viejo, Laguna Niguel have all also been making this decision about whether or not to make the change to district elections. They really like to dump a lot of letters on a region at once. I say they, the people who kind of send out these demand letters. So this is something that we've seen statewide. I could put up just about any county in the state and show you 2010 versus 2023. The change between those that had district at-large elections in 2010 to those who have district elections today. Of about 490 cities in the state, over 250 today have by-district elections or are making the change right now. Or in Irvine's case, they're going to put it on the ballot next spring to ask voters to make this change as part of a move the city council is doing there. So this is a pretty substantial change, not just here in Orange County, but throughout the entire state. And it's all been driven by the California Voting Rights Act. I could put up a map of school districts, I could put up a map of water districts or other kinds of community college districts. We've been seeing this throughout all levels of local government in California. Especially ramping up after that law in 2015 created this process where attorneys can take advantage of sending a demand letter and automatically, forcing a district into making a decision. If we go to the next slide, I mentioned that the state created that process as part of AB 350, essentially creating a 45-day window for a jurisdiction to respond. And then following that, there's a safe harbor period where a city can go through the districting process and is protected against being sued further under the California Voting Rights Act or any other election-related law, really. So what we're looking at here is our timeline for drawing the districting process, for drawing the lines. It requires 2 public hearings before we have draft maps that are at least 7 days apart. But essentially, these first 2 public hearings are done without maps. They're here to take testimony on the process, on the criteria, on the communities of interest that we need to concern ourselves with, that go into the maps that are presented at the 3rd public hearing. At the 3rd public hearing, we have our first hearing with maps. Those are posted.
Can I ask you a quick question also? Sure. So, in this process, if we were to fight the suit and lose or whatever, or settle outside the safe zone, does the entity that's suing us have, or somebody have more say in how we set up these maps and these districts, as opposed if we get in early, do we have more input into it?
Sure, that's a good question. By end of the safe harbor period, the city council has the first right to draw their own district lines. If this goes into litigation, a court can order a map into place. And as to whether or not they'll be more friendly to the plaintiff who's saying that the city is not complying with state law, or to the council, I leave that up to the individual judge. But in general, we've seen that they've been more friendly to the plaintiff maps.
So, I mean, another way to put that is by making the difficult decision we did today, at a minimum, we get to have more control over what eventually happens.
That's correct. The city controls, will get to pick the final map adopted as part of this process.
Thank you.
And so that really kind of takes us into that mapping stage, the 3rd and 4th public hearings. We look at maps, we make changes to maps, we revise the maps to make them better. And ultimately, the council gets to approve that final map and sequence of elections, which is just a fancy way of saying which districts hold election in which year. And we'll walk you through that process as we get into those later hearings. At these early ones, we really want to focus on the neighborhoods and communities. Once the map is adopted, it would be first used in the November 2024 election, and it would be used up until the 2030 census results are published. And in 2031, the city, along with every other jurisdiction that uses districts, would have to revisit its district lines. It may or may not change them, but we have to see whether or not they're still meeting the legal requirements. And even if they are meet the legal requirements, there's an opportunity for the community to redraw the lines, or the council at that point to redraw the lines.
That's in what year?
2031, and every 10 years following that. Think of it like get the 2030 census results in generally March of 2031, and so that leads to redistricting over the course of that for the 2032 election. And then every 10 years, follow that same process.
And the timing of the redistricting process is a maximum of what, 90 days?
The redistricting process actually can last up to about 18 months. I say this as with the caveat it may change. There are 3 public hearings required for redistricting. 1 prior to draft maps being drawn, and 2 once you have draft maps. But they can take place over a much longer period. The maps are due to the county registrars, I believe, 235 days before the election. That's based on how many days out from the election you are. And I could get that exact date, although it may be different by the time we get to 2031.
But the election we were talking about here is November 2024.
So the first election using districts would be in 2024, and the second, and think of it as a rollout. So if you were elected in 2022, you would still complete your term regardless of which district you were in, because you were elected to an at-large term. And so in 2026, the remaining districts would have their first election.
So in 2024, there's 2 seats that are going to be open. So depending
2
on
districts.
that's how you would fill those from the first 2.
That's right.
Okay.
So 2 districts will have their first election in 2024, and then probably 2 or 3 districts, depending on whether you went with the 5-member districts or 4 plus mayor, in 2026, sorry.
But my point is, we have to complete this process 200 some odd days before November 2024.
Well, for us, going through the districting process, not the redistricting process that'll happen in 2032, but the districting process, we have 90 days to make the initial process. We can, if we're making a concerted effort, we can ask the plaintiff for an extension, but we can talk about, that with their attorney.
I'm a little confused. There's been no lawsuit filed. If we go beyond the 90 days, how are we asking the plaintiff? There is no plaintiff. We have a lawsuit.
So technically, there's no lawsuit that's been filed. We've received a demand letter. And a demand letter is that states, if you do not make the switch to districting, then we could file a lawsuit. We are going to file a lawsuit. So it's what's required under law. They have to send a demand letter first. That's not saying we're actually suing the city. It's simply saying we're going to sue the city if you don't comply.
You're saying if we get to the 90 days and we're not done yet, we want more time, we would go to whoever wrote the letter and say, hey, will you give us more time before you initiate a lawsuit?
Right. Or if they said no and they wanted to go right to court, we would tell a judge, we're engaged in this process and we're going to finish. That's kind of the traditional, some cities even ask for it at the beginning because they want to take more time if they only meet monthly, for example.
Right. Okay.
So the 90 days is really a safe harbor to avoid
Yes.
the demand letters, legal fees if they
That's
have
right.
to file.
And
those.
Rancho Santa Margarita, for example, is going through this in the 90 days. They're doing special hearings and whatnot to make sure that they're within the 90 days because they don't want to ask, or they're not asking for an extension.
Have those who have asked for an extension, generally speaking, has the plaintiff or the person who's written the demand letter
In general, yes. And sometimes they've asked for specific considerations, like, if you're going to take more time, I want you to hold at least so many workshops or at least so many meetings on days other than, Tuesday night, and then then you can decide whether or not that is something you want to pursue. But, this is what's set up by that AB 350 that the state sets up for us. So this kind of goes through the basic outline of the districting process. If we go into the next slide, as part of this first public hearing, we do have to talk a little bit about the criteria. These are the rules and goals we follow when drawing districts to avoid gerrymandering or to avoid drawing odd or weird districts. We divide them into 3 groups. The first group, the federal laws, are things that the Supreme Court and other federal courts require of all districts anywhere in the country, everything from city council districts all the way up to congressional districts. This is where we talk about equal population or the one person, one vote principle, the idea that each district has to have more or less the same number of residents. And this includes everybody counted as part of that census count. So it includes children, it includes non-citizens, everybody included as part of the census. Now they recognize you can't get to perfect equality, to zero difference between districts. And so there's a deviation or maximum deviation allowed or difference between the largest and smallest district of up to 10% of the population of an ideal district. Which means, for example, if each district should have 24,000 people, if we're within about 1,200 people, give or take, up or down, we're going to meet in that requirement. And we'll talk about that more when we look at our actual numbers on the next couple slides. After federal, or in addition to that, we have to take into account the Federal Voting Rights Act. This says that, particularly Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act, that we have to take into account protected class communities, groups that have historically faced discrimination or barriers to registration or voting. And although race and ethnicity cannot be the only factor or even the predominant factor in the creation of a district, their rights are protected and have to be considered strongly alongside all the things in the other 2 columns. Particularly those things in the middle column. And I'm going to talk about that middle column. That's state law. That's what the state's Fair Maps Act requires cities and counties to comply with when drawing districts. And they're rank ordered intentionally that we have to take them into account in this order. First, contiguity. This is about the border of the district. Is it one single exterior border? so that we don't have a piece down in the south end of the city and a piece in the north end of the city that are not connected at all, or even that are only connected by the Pacific Ocean. We want to make sure that there is a connection between all the different parts of the district. As one court said, can you drive or walk from one part of the district to every other part of that district without leaving that district? The second, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest. The law says that socioeconomic or geographic areas that need fair representation should be kept together. And so this really concerns us with our communities and neighborhoods. This is also where we see a lot of disagreement or a lot of division between people who think differently about how neighborhoods are put together into these bigger communities. This is where we're going to see a lot of some different options later in the process, and we'll discuss the differences between them and hopefully come to the best conclusion for the city. I'll talk a little bit more about defining communities of interest on the next couple of slides. Third, easily identifiable boundaries is the principle that it should be easy for voters to identify which district they live in. So to the extent that we can follow major roads, other natural or man-made divisions, rather than simply jogging through neighborhoods, we should strive to do that. And then fourth, the state says compactness. They define compactness as not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. And this is aimed at hooks and fingers and weird lines that are clearly designed to grab maybe a particular house or neighborhood. But of course, these are rank ordered in this order for a reason. If a community, and we see this a lot around canyons, has an odd shape, and it's because of that canyon, it's because of the physical geography. It's because of where the census blocks are. We have to keep that community together first before we're too concerned with compactness. The state also prohibits consideration of partisanship. So that just means that as part of the process and for the purposes of picking a map, we don't include registration by party. We include total registration, how many voters are there, but we don't include that broken down by party. And that can't be a reason for or against any particular map. And then in the third column, other traditional principles are things that courts have recognized as being valid to consider. There are things that we can take into account if we're debating between two maps we think do an equally good job under the Fair Maps Act. For example, future population growth. It's the idea that if we know that there's big new projects coming to parts of the city that are going to affect the population significantly, we can underpopulate areas where we're going to see growth and overpopulate areas where we think we're going to see less growth, staying within that equal population 10% deviation. Respecting voters' choices, that's the principle that the voters of the city have elected a council, and that districting shouldn't be used as a way of particularly targeting a council member either, one way or another. And really what these are things that are final balancing tests between two maps that we think do an equally good job at capturing everything else we have on this list. And this is sort of a high-level overview. When we look at specific maps later in the process, we'll see this map is not contiguous, so it's not something we'd recommend for adoption. This becomes our list of things to evaluate maps by later on. If we go to the next slide, we have a demographic summary of the city here, and I know this font is quite small. We will post this presentation online, so we do have the. And so the whole total population, this is according to the census count, 64,000, what's that? I can't read that number.
384.
384. And that's the total population according to that U.S. Census count. Now, this is the number that we divide in order to get that equal population number. If we have 4 districts plus a mayor that continues to be elected at large, that leads to districts of 16,100 residents, approximately. If we divide the number by 5, we get about 12,900 people per district. Now, in addition to that total population, we include a lot of other information to hopefully get a sense of the different neighborhoods, different communities within the city. For example, below that total population, we have our racial numbers and ethnicity numbers for the Latino population to help us with that Voting Rights Act analysis. But in the second column, we have factors like age, income, education, and we have citywide numbers here, but we have a web viewer where you can see these broken down by block groups and other smaller units of geography. So you can see where the differences are across different parts of the city. And they can, what I say about the numbers is that they obviously never tell us the whole story, but they certainly can help us tell something about where communities might be, and help us understand when we're hearing people talk about the differences between one neighborhood and another. We can see whether we see that in the numbers as well. And so this is really robust, and I encourage everyone to go look on our website where we're going to have a web viewer with all of these demographics on there broken down by local geography, by smaller geographic units. If we go to the next slide.
Before we go to
Yeah.
that slide, if I could, the housing stats,
Yeah.
I don't quite understand that. It looks like they're way in excess of 100%. Could you explain that a little bit?
So, actually, we're breaking it down to two sections: single and multifamily housing, which is single-family homes or single units like single RV units or other single properties, detached properties. Multifamily is